morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Public Works for today, Monday, October 2nd, 2017.
Commissioner Rivas, Repenning, James, Davis, and Jacinto are present. President James, we have a quorum. May we start with Bureau introductions, please, starting with Bureau of Street Services.
Good morning, Tim Tyson, Bureau of Street Services.
Good morning, Frank Rinaldi with the Bureau of Contract Administration.
Good morning, Ruben Flamenco, Bureau of Street Lighting.
Good morning, Brad Jensen, Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, Karen Coca, Bureau of Sanitation.
Good morning, Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel.
Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. President James, we do not have any speaker cards under general public comment. We have no commentary under the Neighborhood Council comment section. We did receive speaker cards on item number 3, and we also received an email that was distributed to all commissioners also on item 3.
Of comment, we'll close general public comment as well as the Neighborhood Council category of commentary. Is there a second to my motion that we approve the meeting minutes from the meeting of Wednesday, September 6, 2017 by Commissioner Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, we will approve those meeting minutes. A couple of housekeeping items. On agenda item number 4, Mr. Ledoux, you've requested that we continue agenda item number 4 to Wednesday, October 11th, 2017?
That's correct.
Okay. Any issues with that continuance? Okay, we'll continue that item until October 11th, 2017. Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 8, specifications have been submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation of bids. Council Districts 1 and 14 for the secondary sewer renewal program, Mission Road and Soto Street project. The estimate is $2,785,475. The bid receipt date is Wednesday, November 8th, 2017. Is there a second to my motion that we adopt agenda item number 8 forthwith by Commissioners Jacinto and Repenning? Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Agenda item number 5, Council Districts 4 and 5, subcontractor substitution, Servitech Solutions, recommending that the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis, approving the request of Servitech Solutions for the subcontractor substitution of Premier Broadband Services with Pacific West Space Communications for directional drilling and jacking work on the Bel Air Beverly Crest Unit 1 series to multiple high voltage conversion fiscal year 2016-2017 street lighting project. Mr. Espinola.
Good morning.
Good morning.
George Spindola with the Bureau of Contract Administration. The Bureau received a request on September 1st, 2017 from Servitech Solutions, Incorporated, to substitute their approved subcontractor, Premier Broadband Services, Inc., a OBE contractor, for directional drilling and jacking operations with Pacific West Space Communications, another OBE contractor. The request was accompanied by a letter from Premier Broadband Services withdrawing from their portion of the work due to availability issues. The listed amount for Premier Broadband Services, Inc. is $120,000. Pacific West Space Communication will perform the work for the same amount, therefore the substitution is at no cost to the city. The Bureau concurs with the recommendations of Commissioner Davis to approve this substitution.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No questions. Commissioner Davis has made the motion. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 5. Any issue sending number 5 forthwith? We will send number 5 forthwith. Agenda item number 6, subcontractor substitution for Papich Construction Company, recommending that the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis approving the request of Papich Construction for the subcontractor substitution of Gonzalez and Santucci, doing business as Conco, with Merco, M-U-R-R-C-O Construction, for structural concrete on the asphalt plant number 1 replacement and modernization project. Mr. Espindola.
Yes. Again, the Bureau received a request on August 24th, 2017 from Papich Construction Company to substitute their approved subcontractor Gonsalves and Santucci, DBA Conco, a OBE contractor, for structural concrete with Morco Construction, Inc., a SBE, WBE, DBE contractor. The request was accompanied by a letter from Conco withdrawing from their portion of the work. The list amount for Conco is $879,286. Pappage Construction, Inc. Requests Conco to be approved for $1,299,730, a difference of $444,000. Pappage will reduce their participation by the $444,000, so the work performed by Conco will be at no cost to the city. The Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Davis to approve the substitution.
George, do you happen to know if when Papich decreases its prime participation by that amount of money, do you know what work that prime participation amount relates to?
What Pappage Construction is going to be reduced?
Yes.
No, we don't.
I mean, I at least would like the record to reflect that.
Okay, we can definitely go back.
So why don't we, is there any hurry on this one? Can we continue this? Dr. Campos, what do you need, till Friday so we can agendize this appropriately?
We can schedule it for this coming Friday, yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Let's do that. I just would, when we see that kind of a dollar figure, I just think it's helpful if the record reflects what that delta will represent on this project.
Okay.
Okay? So we'll hold over number 6 until Friday, which is October 6, 2017. All right, thank you. Number 7, Council District 14, subcontractor substitution, PALP Incorporated, doing business as Excel Paving Company, recommending that the board concur with the action of Commissioner Davis approving the request of PALP doing business as Excel Paving for the subcontractor substitution of Steiny and Company with Steiny Electric Company for electrical work on the Soto Street Bridge over Mission Road and Huntington Drive Bridge Removal and Street Realignment Project. Mr. Espinel, go ahead.
The Bureau received a request on August 23, 2017 from PALP and DBA Excel Paving to substitute their bid-listed subcontractor Steiny and Company, a OBE contractor, for electrical work with Steiny Electrical Company, another OBE contractor. A certified letter was sent to Steiny and Company informing them of PALP Incorporated intentions to substitute them on this project, and that they had 5 business days to substitute in writing their objections to the Bureau of Contract Administration. Steiny and Company did not respond to this letter. The bid listed amount for Steiny and Company was $972,375. Steiny and Company has performed $937,346 for their contract work at a difference of $35,029. Steiny Electrical Company will perform the work for $35,029. Therefore, this substitution is at no cost to the city. The Bureau concurs with the recommendation of Commissioner Davis to approve the substitution.
Any questions on agenda item number 7? Commissioner Davis is, Commissioner Repenning? I'm sorry, Commissioner Rivas has a question.
Are these, is Steiny Electric a division of Steiny and Company?
No, they're
Or
completely different companies.
Oh, okay, so it just happen to have the same
Yes,
name.
yes, they just happen to have the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Commissioner Davis has made a motion on agenda item number 7. Is there a second on number 7? By Commissioner Repenning. Any objection? With that objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 7. Any issues sending number 7 forthwith? We will send number 7 forthwith. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 1, Council District 14, Subcontract Outreach Program Report, Atkins North America Incorporated Design Support Services during construction for Highbury Pumping Plant Rehabilitation Project. Recommending that the board receive and file the report. Mr. Wen.
Good morning. My name is James Wen from Bureau of Engineering, Wastewater Conveyance Engineer Division. I'm here to present a report on subcontractors outreach program for Atkins to provide design services during construction for the Highbury Pumping Plant Rehabilitation Project. On July 12, 2017, the board requested the Bureau to report back on the status of MBE, WB, and OB for the project when approving the sole source contract. This project is located in the Council District 14 and currently 99% in design. We recommend the board to receive and file this report. The original contract awarded on February 23rd, 2015 to Atkins was subject to MBE, WB, and OBE requirements. As of July 12, 2017, Atkins invoiced the city $377,168.89 and achieve 40.63% for MBE, 0.29% for WBE, and the 0.4% for OBE as shown on Table 1. The new sole source contract awarded to Atkin on July 12, 2017 is subject to not only MBE, WBE, OBE, but also the SBE, EBE, and DVBE. Atkin pledge 41.27% for MBE, 0.26% for WBE, 40.90% for SBE and EBE, and 0% for DVBE, and 0.37% for OBE, as shown on the Table 2. This is the summary of the report. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Nguyen on agenda item number 1? Thank you for the report. Nice number on the WBE. Commissioner Cento has made a motion that we receive and file agenda item number 1. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Any issue sending it forthwith? We'll send number 1 forthwith. Thank you for the update. Agenda item number 2, Council District 10, requested budget increase, super expedited wastewater emergency rehabilitation for sewers program. That's Sewers 5, the Vermont Avenue project, recommending that the board authorize $25,000 in additional contingency and approve a construction budget of $125,000 for the project. Mr. Garawi on agenda item number 2.
Yes, the item before you is for Sewers 5 project, Vermont Avenue 500B project. The staff recommendation is for the board to authorize a $25,000 in additional contingency and approve a project budget, a construction budget of $125,000. Briefly, this project is located on Vermont Avenue between 5th and 6th Street. And the scope of work is to remove and replace an existing 8-inch sewer pipe. The existing sewer is a little over 100 years old, multiple fractures and broken at many locations. The problem is also exacerbated by the presence of heavy oil deposits, which cause the flow to stagnate and also prevent Bureau of Sanitation or equipments from conducting a full pipe assessment. Conducting the repair will cause the project budget to exceed $100,000. Thank you.
Just a minute. Any questions on agenda item number 2, Commissioner Cento?
Thank you, President James. Salams, we had 2 bids from our contractors on this, correct? Tomovich and
Yes.
Murray. And the $120,000 total budget, that's going to be it for the entire project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Is that a motion, Commissioner Cento's, motion by Commissioner Cento on agenda item number 2, seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 2. Any issues sending number 2 forthwith?
Thank you.
We will send number 2 forthwith. Thank you, sir. Other than number 3, Dr. Campos, we've cleared everything but the oral reports, correct?
3 and oral reports, correct.
Okay. Anybody that has not put in a speaker card on agenda item number 3 yet that would like to speak on the item? Okay. Agenda item number 3, Bureau of Street Services, Council District 2, requested tree removal 11580 Sunshine Terrace, recommending that the board first certify that the board has reviewed and considered the information in the mitigated negative declaration for the project at 11580 Sunshine Terrace and find the information contained therein appropriately addresses the requested tree removals. Secondly, find that the project will not have a significant environmental effect under the above described MND, as the imposition of the mitigation measures described in the MND and incorporated herein as project conditions such that there is no substantial evidence that the proposed project will have a significant effect on the environment pursuant to the city's environmental guidelines, and that the proposed project is in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Third, find that the project's conflict with any local ordinances or policies protecting biological resources, such as tree preservation policies or ordinances, is less than significant with the incorporation of mitigation measures as described in pages 4-60, 470, and 480 as contained in the M&D. Number 4, adopt the mitigated negative declaration. Number 5, specify that the Bureau of Street Services or Urban Forestry Division, located at 1149 South Broadway, is custodian of the documents and other material that constitute the record of proceedings upon which the board's decision is based. And number 6, approve the request for a fee tree removal permit for 3 California black walnut trees and 18 coast live oak trees. Tree replacements are required. So we have a number of speaker cards on the item. Is anyone here representing the applicant that has put in a speaker card? Sir, do we have your speaker card? We do not. Okay. I thought you came in a little later. That's why I asked for the speaker card. So would you please fill one out for us? Those of you that have been in our hearings know that how we run them. We're going to start with the Bureau of the Street Services. They will summarize the application and what's before us in the board report. We then have a number of community members that have put in speaker cards, so we will hear from you at 2 minutes each. And then we have various representatives from the what I'll call real parties in interest. We do not hold the 2-minute time limit on them, and then we'll engage in some questions and answer typically with them. We also have a representative from the council office that we'll hear from at the tail end of that as well. So we will start with Mr. Tyson on agenda item number 3.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Bureau Representatives, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. Mr. Avo Shalaki and property owner is proposing to construct a 3-story single-family residence located at 11580 Sunshine Terrace in the community of Studio City. The property has moderate to steep topography, and the proposed dwelling will have a footprint of approximately 4,485 square feet on a lot measuring approximately 11,205 square feet. In order to build the proposed residence, the property owner is required to perform remedial grading, retaining walls, and other slope stability measures. The proposed project anticipates the removal of trees protected by the Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 46, protected trees. Mr. Shalakian contacted the Bureau of Street Services regarding the permit for protected tree removals for the proposed construction. Mr. Avo Shalakian acquired the services of tree expert Jan C. Scow, registered consulting arborist, to provide an assessment of the property and to address the proposed dwelling's impact to the protected trees on the property. Jan Scow prepared a protected tree report in response to the request and submitted the PTR protected tree report for the Bureau's review. Mr. Scow's site assessment reveals 29 numbers 101 through 103, 105 through 128, 139, and off-property 140 protected trees on the subject property in fair to poor condition, and also 10 stumps numbered 129 through 138, including one dead protected tree number 109. Initially, it was determined that 26 of the 29 protected trees would be severely impacted and require removal.
Mr. Tyson, would you hold on just a minute?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I've I've got all kinds of paper on this case, and I was looking through all this stuff this morning, and I've left my board report on my desk. So let me run. You don't need. Okay.
I have all the letters here if you.
I've got all that.
Okay.
I just left my board report, and it was making me crazy because I like to follow along with
Absolutely, sir.
All right, go ahead. Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Somebody's got an extra copy, maybe. All right, go ahead, Mr. Tyson.
Mr. Scow's site assessment, I'll start over a little bit, reveals 29 numbers 101 through 103, 105 to 128, 139, and off-property numbered 140. Protected trees on the subject property or next door in fair to poor condition, and 10 stumps on the properties numbered 129 through 138, including one dead protected tree numbered 109. Initially, it was determined that 26 of the 29 protected trees would be severely impacted and require removal. However, Mr. Scow and the property owner's representatives met with myself, Mr. Tyson, Urban Forestry Division head, to discuss the project and determine how the project could reduce the number of protected trees requiring removal. The property owner and his representative performed some design revisions and were able to reduce the total amount of protected tree removals from 26 trees to 21 trees, of which one is dead. The protected trees requiring removal after the redesign are 3 Southern California black walnut, Juglans californica trees numbered 105, 109, and 139, of which 1 Southern California black walnut is dead, number 109, and 18 coast live oak trees numbered 106 and 110 through 114, numbered 116, 117, 119 through 128, measuring approximately 4 to 23 inches in cumulative diameter by 8 to 35 feet in height and are in fair to poor health. 12 protected trees are in or directly adjacent to the proposed home footprint, and 9 protected trees will be severely impacted by construction of the retaining walls and slope remediation work required for the proposed residence. And these trees are proposed for removal, per the protected tree report. The remaining 8 protected trees, numbered 101 through 103, 107, 108, 115, 118, and off-property 140, are to be retained during the course of the construction, and protective fencing has been installed. A Bureau arborist inspected the location on March 10, 2017 to verify the contents of the protected tree report and found the trees in property condition are as stated in the protected tree report. Jackie Keene, Deputy Director, 2nd Council District, was informed of the tree removal request on February 18, 2017. The applicant shall plant 12 24-inch box-sized coast live oak trees and 72 5-gallon container-sized California black walnut trees in group plantings of 4 on site to replace the removed trees. The survival of all subject coast live oak and California black walnut trees shall be guaranteed for a period of 3 years by bond. The replacement trees shall be provided irrigation for a minimum of 1 year after planting. So with that, the Bureau did get with the applicant, and we looked at things, and they changed the placement of the retaining walls, and that assured 5 more trees would be saved. Now, if you look at the photos in the protected tree report, you can see that many of the trees are 4.5 inches, 5 inches, 6 inches. They're all tightly put together. Oak trees like to have a lot of room. In order to mitigate all of the trees that would be being removed, there will be 12 oak trees which can be planted at different various locations, and then the subject smaller trees, the walnuts, to try to mitigate for all the trees that are being removed, therefore putting the woodland back up on the rear hillside.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Tyson before we go to our speakers? Thank you, sir. We may have some questions in a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Rivas. For some reason, I missed your light.
No, I don't know what to do.
Nothing. It's on me. Commissioner Rivas.
Are any of the proposed trees dead? I mean, the trees that they want to remove?
There is 1 dead black walnut tree.
Only
So
one of
really
them
20 trees are alive that are proposed for removal and 1 dead one. And then there's an additional 10 stumps that occurred sometime prior to the applicant purchasing the property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Penning.
There, Tim, quick question. There was an email in our packet suggesting that this applicant had been involved in illegally removing trees. Is there any evidence of anything
I don't
like
have
that?
any evidence of that. I don't
Okay.
know of anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Nothing further from Mr. Tyson. Okay, so let's go to, I'm going to call on these in the order in which I received them as best I can. It looks like Mark Rubin
Is this going to calm down for me? Thanks. Yeah, my name is Mark Rubin. I've been a 20-year resident of Studio City, right around the corner from this proposed development. I'm very inexperienced at this process. I really don't know much about it. I've gotten involved with some of my neighbors. I just basically like to say that I agree with all the objections that are going to be raised by somebody in a minute. I thought they were going to go first, but that's not the way it's happening. I'd also just like to say that in my experience, I haven't dealt with Board of Public Works before, but I've dealt with building and safety quite a lot. And it just seems to me that there are very well spelled out regulations in place for these kind of things, these restrictions on this kind of development. I don't think those restrictions go far enough, but those are the restrictions that we have in place. And again, as just a citizen amateur perception of this, it seems that exemptions are granted as a matter of course, that I do not believe there's going to be much more expert testimony about this, that these mitigation measures are adequate to replace what's going on. I don't think anybody is objecting to a development on this parcel, but are objecting to a development that requires exemptions and requires the scale of the development that is being proposed as I've seen it. I get it. You folks are all overworked and understaffed. It's very hard for you to investigate, kind of get to the bottom of all this stuff. But again, there's somebody who's going to present a lot of stuff about that. And again, I feel that these measures, these mitigation measures, are not sufficient, and this application should be rejected as it's currently made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Maureen Toth, it appears.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Maureen Toth. I'm also a resident in the neighborhood. And I want to say that I am in support of the letter of objection that has been submitted by Attorney Jamie Hall for this address for the development as it stands. I do want to state that I am not against development. I'm against what I consider irresponsible development in relation to the environmental impact, especially when it comes to protected trees and removing so many at one location, especially when there seem to be alternatives. This house and where it can be built, they can bring it down towards the street and save a lot more than 5 trees. So they reviewed it. It's nice that they reviewed it. They did that probably under some pressure from the neighborhood and people like me who live there, who bought in that neighborhood because of the beautiful trees and the beauty and all that. And I understand people own property and they want to build. That's fine. It should be consistent with the neighborhood in terms of the size of the house. This is a very large home on a hillside. They could reduce the size of the house a little bit. They could not put in an enormous pool. They could move the house down and save a lot more trees. And I think that that's what Mark was just saying in terms of seriously looking at these things. It's hard to consider carefully, but you have a lot of people in the neighborhood, which you will see there's a group of us that feel strongly that they're not doing the proper oversight in terms of the environmental impact, not only about the trees, but about the overall woodland, the way it's consistent with the environment, the animals that live there, all of the things that make this a lovely place to live in our neighborhood. And I think I want them to be able to build a home and make money or live in it or whatever, but I want them to do it really responsibly and carefully, considering all of the environmental impacts. And again, I support Jamie Hall's opposition or letter of objection regarding the project. Thank you so much.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Toth. John Lawrence. I'm sorry, John Leverance. Sorry about that, sir. It's on second review. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I would just like to back up what has been said with regards to the letter of objection. I also have no problem whatsoever with development here, there, or wherever. I think that the lot is definitely ripe for development, and I think all of my neighbors, and I am representing in an informal matter both the Studio City Residents Association as well as the Sunshine Terrace Residents Association, that we have no objection whatsoever to building, but we do have objection to a kind of egregious carbuncle being placed upon the lovely face of our little street. We consider it to be inappropriate, and I appreciate the opportunity to express that.
Thank you, sir. Diana Zogren? Or Zogren? You'll let me know, I'm sure. Oh, the first time, okay.
Hi. Well, so my name is Diana Zogran. I own and live in a house on the street just above Sunshine Terrace. I hold a degree in environmental biology and horticulture science from the University of Florida. I'm an accredited ecological land care professional. I have been working in environmental services for over 20 years with corporations like the Walt Disney Company. That'll be more important later. But first want to comment that I don't think the findings can be made to grant this permit based on what Mr. Hall will probably say in a little bit, but also on the objection letter. I and dozens of my neighbors who couldn't be here today, many of them dropped off because they had been taking vacation days, and we've continued this a number of times. But we stand behind the objection letter that we've submitted. Again, we are not against development, but we are against the total destruction of a hillside ecosystem in our oak and walnut woodland hillside community when there are viable alternatives compatible with the neighborhood, particularly when the applicant has not disclosed all the foreseeable impacts of the whole project. And lastly, I just want to kind of put my professional cap on and say that the findings, or say that even if the findings could be made, which they can't, the tree mitigation planting plan is inappropriate because trees at the densities that the plan calls for is horticulturally and ecologically unsound. That is my professional opinion. I've been working with trees for 20 some odd years doing this type of work. And even the applicant's own arborist, who I greatly respect, has a note on the mitigation plan that says, I can't read it because it's so small in the fine print, even the applicant, it's not good
2 minutes.
horticulture practice to plant trees so close together. In a written note in fine
Thank you,
print at
ma'am.
the bottom. Thank you.
Eric Erath?
Good morning, board members, and thank you for my time. My name is Eric Erath. I live at 11575 Sunshine Terrace, very close to the subject property, and I do support the objection letter by Attorney Hall. There's going to be a lot of technical data in there that's beyond my scope. I've also developed a parcel in Los Angeles City, so I definitely know the developer's side, of the equation, trying to maximize the value of the development. So I understand trying to play within all the guidelines, and but it seems like if this board can really look carefully at a reasonable development for this community, most of the houses are 2,000 square feet or less in the area, and also it seems like there's a lot of other issues besides the trees with the project as it currently stands, like including retaining wall limitations, things that are going to have to be dealt with anyway if this project is looked at carefully every step of the way. Hopefully by doing that, the developers in the city can maybe even save some money and make it work for everybody. Again, as developing a piece of property, I'm familiar with last minute adjustments to plans, and I think it's important that this project be viewed in the same way. Of course, I have a lot of personal concerns about having a construction project of this magnitude, 2 houses away from myself. Just the earth removal itself sounds like an immense undertaking. I did try to improve my lot there on Sunshine, and I had a geologist look at the hillside, which is characterized by the same qualities as the subject property. And for a 200 square foot deck, the price was going to be $5,000 a square foot just to build the deck. So, I
2 minutes.
I think developers would really want to take a careful look at all the issues.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As the applicant, it appears, Mr. Garib, is that, did I say that right? Okay. So, sir, your turn.
I want to reserve my comments till after all of the objections have been noted.
Yeah, that's not the way it works here, sir. Your time is now.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, so if we have some additional questions, then I'm fairly certain that we will. But there are a number of issues that were raised by the speakers that you should feel free to address as well. What I won't do is put a time limit on you, but just be mindful of that because you're dealing with other people's time too. If you start to repeat yourself, I'm going to think that it's time for us to go to the next topic.
Fair enough.
Okay? Go ahead, sir.
First and foremost, let me address Vice President Repenning's question. Absolutely and emphatically no. My clients have not removed any trees whatsoever prior to them receiving it or during their time of them receiving this property. So I want to make that very clear. Number two is Mr. Scow was here to address what I think her last name is Zokaric, addressed, so he's here as well. That being said, we're not dealing here with Pulte Homes. We're not dealing here with KB Homes. We're not dealing here with Caruso. We're dealing here with a family. That's it. It's a 4,200 square foot home. They keep saying it's a significant project. It's not a significant project. It's a 4,200 square foot home, a family home. That's all it is. Okay. A lot of what the homeowners have come up here and said is we agree with the objection of Mr. Hall. Okay. We heard Mr. Hall's objection, and we have come back here today, and we have now submitted a mitigation plan that has now since been approved. So at this point, I think we've addressed most, if not all, of the objections of the homeowners at this point. And all I'm hearing right now when the homeowners come up here is the very first thing they say, we have no objection to development. Well then what is your objection? All we're hearing is no, no, no. You can't do this, you can't do this. We're not hearing what you can do, other than what I heard today. They can bring the house lower. I don't know what that means. There's no engineers here that's going to say anything about it being lower. That being said, it's a family home. It's their home. They're the ones that paid to have this done. They're going through the process, and that's where it is. Really, that's really all I have to say, other than address any questions you may have.
Okay, well, we may have some questions depending on what Mr. Hall puts on the table. Any questions for Mr. Garib before we go to Mr. Hall? Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hall?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jamie Hall. I'm a land use and environmental attorney with Channel Law Group. I'm here today representing Neighborhood Tree Watch, a newly formed organization whose mission statement and purpose is to advocate on behalf of the trees in Los Angeles who actually don't have the opportunity to file appeals or write letters on their own. So there's two reasons here why we believe that the permit that is sought today should be denied. Number one is that the necessity finding that is in the protected tree ordinance under these particular circumstances cannot be made. And number two is that you're here to do two things. One is to decide whether or not to grant or deny a tree removal permit, and the second is to decide whether to certify a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. And the mitigated negative declaration is not adequate and doesn't analyze the whole of the action, i.e. all aspects of this project, and all reasonably foreseeable significant impacts. So let's start off with the first thing, and that's the necessity finding. And that's found in LA Municipal Code section 46.02b. I actually cite it verbatim on page 9 of my letter. It's just one sentence. It states that the board must determine, quote, it is necessary to remove the protected tree because its continued existence at the location prevents the reasonable development of the subject property, end quote. And that's sort of the heart of the protected tree ordinance. So it's a necessity finding. You have to make a determination that it's necessary in order to allow for, that the actual tree prevents reasonable development. So there's a reasonableness aspect and there's a necessity finding. So what we're arguing here is that there's actually, that you can't make that finding because an alternative building footprint, elimination of the pool perhaps, and increasing the side yard setbacks could significantly reduce the number of trees. If you go up and you drive to that site on Sunshine Terrace, you'll notice that most of the homes are close to the street. There's the required setback. And this development is completely different. they're proposing a long winding driveway that would go up, and the home would actually be set up close, much further up on top of the hill. And the reason why that's relevant in this situation is because most of the protected trees are further up the hill. I mean, one speculative reason for that development could be that you get better views the further you're up the hill. But if you were to take that footprint of the home, move it such that it was more consistent with the other homes in the area, you would immediately reduce the total number of trees that would be removed. And the other thing I want to note is that the two largest trees are actually, it's like tree number 17 and tree number 28. These are the trees that are the oldest, biggest oak trees. If you were to increase the side yard setback, that's the space between the property line and the building footprint, increase the side yard setback, you could potentially, I know with regard to tree number 17, you could prevent that tree from having to be removed. And the third thing is the pool. There's a pool in the back. Why is a pool necessary? I actually went to a deputy advisory agency meeting a few months ago, and there was a representative from the Urban Forestry Department who specifically said on the record, we will not grant a tree removal permit simply to accommodate a pool. And yet here it is. Here's the pool. So there's three things that we're saying could be done to allow reasonable development. One, change the building footprint so it's closer to the street. Two, increase the side yard setbacks. And three, eliminate the pool. So under these particular circumstances, we don't believe the necessity finding can be made.
Before you move on from that,
yes.
Mr. Hall, is there a roadmap in here that I missed on what helps us define what's reasonable?
You know, that, like many things, the ordinance is not going to tell you what reasonable development is. You know, that's going to be something that you're going to have to decide. And luckily, we do have some attorneys on this board, or people who have, you know, a great deal of policy experience. So, I mean, reasonable relative to what? I think that we should look at what the other homes have, first of all. Doesn't that sort of give us some indication of what might be reasonable for that neighborhood, the size of the homes, where the footprints are located? You know, that's one way to think about this, reasonable development. And the other was just, you know, purely on an academic basis, you know, compared to other alternatives. I think some sort of alternatives analysis helps you ascertain, you know, whether or not it's reasonable development or not. But that's not something that I can just give you a clear-cut answer to. The other second reason, which is a little bit more legal for why we think that the tree removal permit cannot be granted in this instance, is because the M&D, the environmental clearance document, is not adequate. One fundamental issue with CEQA is that you got to look at what's called the whole of the action. But what that really means is you got to look at the whole project. And it's awkward for you because you're here looking at a tree removal permit, and yet the law requires you to look at all the potential entitlements. And in this case, there's a haul route hearing, and the M&D discloses that and says, yep, they have to remove a lot of dirt. It's more than 1,000 cubic yards. They got to do a haul route. But there's actually several environmental issues associated with that dirt hauling that were not analyzed. One of them was noise, and two is geology and soils. And I attached as an exhibit to the letter an M&D conducted for a haul route in the hills, not done just 2 years ago, and they specifically found that those were two potentially significant environmental impacts for the project, and they adopted mitigation measures. And then the third issue is that there's actually another entitlement that's needed for this project. If you're in a hillside community, you actually can only build 2 retaining walls on your property before you have to go get a variance. You can build 2 retaining walls that are maximum of 10 feet high, or 1 retaining wall that's a maximum of 12 feet high. And the Department of Building and Safety has issued guidelines in terms of how do you count walls, and it turns out walls less than 4 feet don't count. But in this particular instance, we've counted at least 4 retaining walls. So there is another entitlement that's needed. And I noted in the letter that the City of Los Angeles City Council made a very clear finding that the reason why they were adopting that rule was because of the potentially significant aesthetic impacts associated with retaining walls in hillside communities. So you don't even have to make a determination if you don't want about what is or is not reasonable development. All you have to do is conclude that the M&D in this particular case is not adequate, and that just ends the analysis right there. So, and I just want to finally note that this project has garnered a lot of community support, and I trust that you've received all of the letters from the various organizations, the MRCA, the Sierra Club, the Hillside Federation, Studio City Residents Association, goes on. And it's not because the residents in the area don't want development per se. It's that they love their neighborhood, and there's trees everywhere, and there's alternatives, and they're speaking on behalf of the trees. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Hall before we go to other questions? Commissioner Davis, we'll start with you.
I want a point of clarification. In terms of the letter from the Sierra Club, they indicated that the MND was not included in the staff report. Is it available in some space in which we can review it and it's attached somewhere in a file? Is that pretty accurate, Dr. Campos?
Commissioner Davis, in response to your question, the M&D declaration is transmittal number 4 in your board report. It is listed and it is included in the board report.
So it is in the board report?
Transmittal number 4, yes.
Okay, so great. I'm glad that that is clarified. Mr. Hall, I had to ask you about the statement that has been given by the council of the homeowners, the proposed homeowners here, where they stated just a minute ago that he has prepared answers to some of the concerns that have been raised. So he's tried very hard to date, and I would suspect that what they have addressed clearly doesn't respond to every concern that you have. My question to you is, are you aware of his effort to respond, and what is your response to that?
As you may be aware, this project's been continued twice, and part of the stated reason was so the applicant could look at our issues, get in touch with us. Literally, I have not had a single conversation with the applicant or their representative, even though I've reached out to the council office on multiple occasions, tried to initiate a dialogue. I was told by the council office representative that they had been told to contact us to begin a dialogue. I wanted to be very clear with them that I was a solution-oriented attorney, and I have not received any
So
communication.
you've not seen any documentation of that?
No,
And
I have not.
obviously, you're letting me know there's been a lack of communication in terms of what has really been done.
That is correct.
So at this point, I think it's important for you to at least have an opportunity to see the effort that is being claimed.
I agree.
By them, to evaluate it and give us your response to that. If we can, I guess, request, I don't know what form that communication of responding to your initial charges, what form that communication took on behalf of the potential homeowners, but I think here we need to be clear about how that took place. Was it a letter that addressed the initial concerns that, and I'm not really talking to you, but I'm asking that he communicates with you and us in terms of how, in fact, you were able to respond to the concerns raised, because we don't know. Sir?
What happened was, I recently got involved. I saw the letters. We addressed the objections with the help of Mr. Tyson and Mr. Scow.
So Mr. Tyson has knowledge of your response?
Yes.
Mr. Tyson, did you get that information to Mr. Hall?
Mr. Tyson, we'll welcome you to the microphone, sir.
Yes, as far as I remember, that happened, that they were to...
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I didn't hear you.
Yes.
You did give it to Mr. Hall?
I missed what was being said.
My
Is this
question
about them
is-
communicating together?
Yeah, I'm following the trail in terms of the response that the potential homeowner has already developed to the initial charges and concerns that the complainants have. And Mr. Hall has no record of what that is. It's been stated before the board this morning that they have tried to respond to each of the charges that have been raised. I do recognize in saying this that it doesn't include all of the charges that Mr. Hall just shared with us. I'm concerned, however, that Mr. Hall has no understanding whatsoever of these so-called responses that have initially been developed by the potential homeowner. So I have just now discovered that that information was given to you. My concern is, why doesn't Mr. Hall know what that is?
We may have some confusion. Mr. Garib is not saying that the information was given to Mr. Tyson according to his sign language there.
Okay, please do.
What happened was we received a letter from council, which the first
From
time-
Mr. Hall.
From Mr. Hall, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And we had a meeting with Mr. Terosian expressing to us that there's been some complaints. That was the first time my involvement. That was about 4 or 5 weeks ago, okay? So we took that letter among other concerns, and we tried to do a mitigation plan to address those concerns.
Sure.
That's where we're at today. We've addressed those concerns.
Now, my issue is, in your testimony from a few minutes ago, in your addressing these concerns, does that take the form of a letter? And how, in fact, do we get this information to Mr. Hall so that he can have the benefit of what you're telling me you have done? You're telling me, in summary, that you have addressed these issues. I think it's important for Mr. Hall to know what that is.
Let me apologize for my use of lazy language. When I say we responded to those concerns, meaning we went to the mitigation plan to find out how it is that we can address those concerns that are stated in the letter, those issues. We believe now that the mitigation plan that was presented to you, and which was approved, addressed all of those concerns, if not most of those concerns, all of those concerns. That's what I meant by we were responding by way of a mitigation plan. Did I ever have any conversation with Mr. Hall? I have not. My conversation with Mr. Hall was going to be after this hearing. I hope that addresses or at least clarifies.
Well, I'm just trying to procedurally find out where we are in terms of communication. So now I understand that you have not done anything that you did prior as it relates to the issues that have been raised about the concerns the community has. There's nothing extra you've done to date as it relates to the concerns that have been raised. So therefore, there was no reason to contact Mr. Hall because you've not done anything.
Well, other than address the concerns that were in his letter by going back with and discussing with Mr. Scow, who is the arborist, and Mr. Tyson as to how it is that we can alleviate these concerns. So we submitted the mitigation plan. That's what I meant by that's how we responded to it. Did we respond?
So the mitigation plan was in response to the concerns raised, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Hall has seen the mitigation plan, right, Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall has not. And so that's what my issue is. Does Mr. Hall get to see the mitigation plans that have been discussed with us? Well, that's specifically, Mr. Chairman, what I've been raising all this time. We're back at zero.
If I may
Go ahead,
speak,
Mr. Tyson.
if I may speak, prior to all of the letters and all of the discontent with this project, the Bureau brought the applicant representative in because this looked to be like we needed to make some changes to save some trees.
Right.
That was done prior. And that mitigation plan was requested by me to be given to me so that when we would come here, I could present that mitigation plan.
At what
I
point?
did not have any in between the two attorneys. I was not
At what
involved.
point is it appropriate to discuss it with the complainant? The mitigation plan, is it?
The complainant never.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's I think I may sense where we can solve the issue that Commissioner Davis has raised. Commissioner Center, you have a question for Mr. Hall?
Mr. Hall.
And then what I would like to do is call on the council office that put in a speaker card as well. That may clear some of this up, and then we can proceed forward. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hall, I had a question regarding reasonable development. You mentioned pool as an amenity. Is your clients and you do not feel that a pool is a reasonable part of a development, or that there are no pools in the neighborhood, and therefore having a pool in this development is not reasonable?
There actually is a pool next door. and there's some seismic issues and geology issues, and the owner told us that he's having some major problems with his pool. But you potentially could have a pool on this property, but again, what needs to happen is the whole development needs to be shifted closer to the street.
So again, so
And
it
so,
deals with
like, we don't
placement.
even, that isn't, I recognize that gets a little bit into a gray area. I think it depends on the facts and circumstances and the totality. Are you talking about one tree? Is that pool located where a very large tree is or a small tree? And I think that could be a fact-specific situation, but we're not even in that kind of area where it's a toss-up situation. There's the footprint of the home can be modified, the setbacks can be increased. And then finally, I just want to real quickly, this whole discussion about the mitigation plan, really what happened was we're talking about this mitigation plan was done before this project was even publicly agendized and before the public even became aware of it. So I've certainly seen the modified plan, and that's what this letter was in response to. So in the actuality, there's been no response to this letter whatsoever or any of the issues, even though they've been put on notice for over a month that this was an issue and were directed to contact me.
You may be able to solve that. But your point, Mr. Hall, if I'm clear, is that your letter that, now we're falling apart here, your letter that we have here is in response to the latest data and information that you have.
Absolutely, yes.
Got it. Okay, so there's not some other discussion that's circling in the stratosphere.
Great.
All right. Commissioner Penny, you have a question before I go to Mr. Trozian?
Actually, we'll wait to hear from the council.
Okay. Mr. Trozian?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Carl Trozian, Planning Director for Councilmember Paul Krikorian. Just really quickly, I want to make sure that the last set of mitigations and the last plans have not been revised since the August 4th, because I haven't seen any modified plans, and I do want to be speaking towards the correct set of plans. But our office and myself was the one that reached out to the Commission requesting the initial continuance in August because of concerns that were raised both by the community and by our office with these tree removals. I regrettably stand here in opposition because the plans are the exact plans that were here on August 4th that we requested a continuance on so that we could work with the applicant. I personally have reached out to and met with the owner and their representatives to address the concerns and questions that we had as an office and to see that those get resolved. We even provided different mitigation options and plans that would work to decrease the number of trees that would be removed from the site or to relocate some of the larger mature trees that are on the site. And also we raised a concern about their mitigation plan because their mitigation plan clusters the trees so close together that those trees will not survive or will never be able to grow to full growth. We indicated that we would actually prefer that if the plan was to be approved, that some of those trees be relocated somewhere else within the Studio City community as opposed to being planted here where we know that they're not going to be growing to their full potential. We even suggested that they could be given to one of our city departments to be able to be planted within the LA River or something else within that immediate community as opposed to not growing on this site. After our meeting, I was optimistic and hopeful. I also gave the letter that Mr. Hall had written to the applicants and suggested that they reach out to them. I gave them the contact information for the Studio City Residents Association as well as other community groups, requesting that they meet with those organizations also. I was optimistic when the second request for a continuance came up so that they could have more time to work on and address these concerns. Unfortunately, we stand here today with the same proposal that we had, and so our office's position at this point is to deny the request and to not certify the MND because the mitigations are not substantial because those trees will not be surviving. And finally, our office will be meeting with Urban Forestry to design a better program of communication because unfortunately we don't have any records of the Saturday September 18th communication with the department and Jackie Keene from our office on this plan. And we have requested that, I've personally discussed with the designer of this plan to, in future cases, design around the existing environment that they are building in. It is great to have a clean slate on the site and to be able to work around that, but our mature, beautiful oak trees are to be designed around, not to be destroyed.
Thank you, Mr. Trozian. Commissioner Penning, and then I have a few things to put on the table. Go ahead.
Sure. Just a couple questions for Tim, probably. So, you know, we have different numbers in different parts of our paperwork, and so I just wanted to kind of clarify what we're actually talking about. The protected tree report talks first on page 55 about removing 36 trees, and then on page 8 about 24 protected trees with an additional 10 that were cut off prior to inventory. And then our board report talks about 21. So, and I guess part of what the question for me here is, it really relates to the mitigation plan, and what is the mitigation plan for this, and is it appropriate? To me, it doesn't feel like we're quite there yet with a mitigation plan that clearly addresses the impact of the removals.
Yes, when it comes to the mitigation, it's really difficult to have all these trees replanted back on site. At a lot of these locations, when you have a really small lot and the trees were let grow in the back, which is a nice thing, but you can look in the photos and you have a lot of 4-inch, 6-inch, 5-inch. They're all impeding upon each other's growth and naturally occurring trees that are there currently today. So in order to fit back the trees, which is what we try to do, and we realize that down the road someday they won't all survive, but for the first 3 years they're watered, they're bonded, and that's the subject time to get them through. And it comes to walnut trees, they're a smaller growing tree, and we have both mixtures of trees up there, oaks and walnuts. So therefore, obviously you can't plant that many oak trees all together because they will end up being large trees someday. That's the plan. Even with the trees that are there currently, the trees would not end up being as large as they could be because they're all impeding upon each other 3, 4, 5 feet apart from each tree. With walnut trees, we know that we can put them in groupings of 4 as one tree, as that's how they grow in a walnut woodland. And so that's why we tried to plant all the trees back with the walnut trees. And I want to go to, they talk about the pool in the original report. And by the way, we require a mitigation plan from everybody. It's not for someone else, it's for us, so that we can review that mitigation plan and we can see what's going on. So the mitigation plan is part of the process. It's not something special for here or there. It's for us and for everyone. Okay, so that's already part of the process. Now, in the original report, it said here, dead walnut tree number 109 would be removed for a pool. Oak tree number 108, which is 6 inches in diameter, would be removed for a pool. And number 107 and 106, both 6 inches in diameter. Now, after I spoke with the applicant's protected tree expert and told them that pools are one of the things that we try to not have trees removed for, they came back with the retaining walls put in different locations, as there's 2 retaining walls on the upper hillside, and the lot has to be graded. And you know that if you go in and grade a lot to get a flat pad for a home to be built on, whatever's there will have to be removed. And that comes back from building and safety. Now, after that was done, trees numbered 106 that was for the pool is now being done for grading. 107 is not being removed. 108 is not being removed, and 109 is a dead tree. So there's really only one 6-inch tree this big around it is where the pool is actually located. So it's very difficult. There's emotions that get tied up with these lots and the trees that need to be removed, and I understand that. But the trees that are there are all growing in close proximity. There's a clump right where the footprint of the house is, and then there's a clump at the rear, and there's about 2 or 3 large trees with this group of 21 trees, which of one is dead, to be asked for removal for reasonable development. So the question is, and always has been, how do you mitigate the loss of the trees? It's very difficult. But if we plant enough walnut trees up there, I know they all think that there's not enough room for them to be there, but I attest to the fact that the trees could be planted, and down the road, 15, 20 years from now, they probably won't all be there, just like if the trees happen naturally occurring and some of them don't make it. It's the same idea. But if you want to remove trees, you need to put back that woodland. And that's what all these trees are being requested. And I do believe you have the mitigation plan in front of you. It was provided. And you could see that we're trying, I think it's 12 oak trees are going back in and the rest are walnuts.
Okay, thank you, Tim. I appreciate the work that's been put into this by the Bureau. And I think mainly for me, what I feel like we're not quite there yet. And for me, you know, our board, you know, for me, I think our responsibility in approving tree removal permits is really looking at, you know, we have a specific policy for how, you know, for protected trees, it's 4 to 1. For us, I think it's very important to make sure that as we are granting permits, that we are seeing the best possible effort to get those trees as part of our policy in the ground on that site in a way that is going to guarantee their future survival. And I think, to me, I think there's probably still more work to be done on this aspect of mitigation. So I'm going to stop my comments there and turn it back over to her.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Let me tell you kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm going to try and stay away from the reasonableness point that Mr. Hall raises, because I think that while we can do that, and we sometimes but rarely have to do that, it's always a tough test one way or the other. And my goal, those of you that we're in year 5 now that have been before us a number of times, we work really hard here to try and bring the parties together. And Mr. Grieve, I'm going to tell you where I think that a recommendation of Commissioner Repenning and off of what Commissioner Davis said as well, that I think it makes sense for you to reach out to Mr. Hall and further your communications with the council office, because here's what I see. Putting the issue of necessity versus reasonableness aside, I've got some concerns regarding the arguments that were made by Mr. Hall in connection with 2 issues, the haul route and the retaining walls. And I am concerned that with an MND and with the MND related to the haul route issue and the retaining wall issue. By the same token, I think it would be interesting to learn what the Mr. Hall's clients would deem viable alternatives. They've given us some hints of what viable alternatives are, and those have been on the record. But The concerns I have are that the MND may not be adequate regarding retaining walls and haul routes. And I have another concern. That's the concern I have for the project. Now let me tell you about a concern I have for our board. Sometimes in these situations, and when I say our board, I mean the city. Sometimes in these situations, we find ourselves in a predicament of if we approve the permit, we're going to find ourselves on the other side of litigation from one side, and if we deny it, we're going to find ourselves from litigation on the other side. And so for that reason, our board for years has really taken the extra step of, yes, it sometimes frustrates parties when they have to come back 2 or 3 times, but when we sense that there is movement towards agreement, then it's worth that time. I don't sense that yet because I don't think that the parties have had the opportunity to get together, as Commissioner Davis, I think, pointed out, to the level that we should. But my message to you is, and if you want to respond, I'll let you respond to this, but my message is that I'm concerned about the MND based on those issues. And one of the things I want to do is avoid, if I can, the city being sued by the losing side, and losing is the wrong word, but the side that doesn't prevail. We can all win if we can avoid that, and I think that we ought to have more effort towards that end. Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I don't mean to be flip when I say that, but I thought this hearing was about tree removal, not retaining walls. But that being said, I'm going to invite Mr. Scow up.
It's never that simple, sir.
That's why I said, that being said,
Yeah.
I'm going to invite Mr. Scow up here to address these technical issues. I am just a lawyer. I don't have the answers. But I do want to address, especially with the Honorable Mr. Davis here, regarding communication, okay? I need to address that.
Yeah, you might work us out in the mic. We make an oral record here, and sometimes people go back and listen to it, and always helpful.
I should know that.
Go ahead, sir.
We received a letter from council addressing the homeowners' concerns and objections. At that point, we made the decision to try to address those issues by dealing with the city, public works, urban forestry, and so forth. There would be no reason at this point, at least prior to this meeting, for me to reach out to Mr. Hall because we believe we've addressed those issues. That's why we're here today. The plan was then after this hearing, then I was going to go back and speak with Mr. Hall.
And you're going to have that opportunity.
I understand that, but I want to address the concerns here about communication. What I'm trying to say is that if you really think about it, there'd be no reason for me to talk to Mr. Hall. He's already stated his objections. I mean, would it be feasible for me to call him and say, hey, look, drop this objection, but it doesn't work that way. And I'm sure Mr. Hall was going to do an all or nothing thing. That's the only reason why we did this. So we did this. We presented the plan, the mitigation plan that we thought would work based on the experts. Okay, and that's what was presented here today. And we got the ruling today. Now Mr. Hall comes up here and starts talking about necessity and reasonableness. Look, I'll tell you the answer to reasonableness. It's the board's discretion is what it is. Whatever the board feels is reasonable, that's what it is. There's no secret here. So
You notice how I artfully skirted that one for today, though? All right.
I got it. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that I believe all the information has been submitted. I believe it's been properly considered, both the objections and what the experts have to say. I believe you made the proper decision. But that being said, just to make sure that the technical issues that I have not addressed are addressed, I want to invite Mr. Scow up here, who is an arborist. Thank you for your time.
That's fine. I'm happy to hear from Mr. Scow. Mr. Scow, we know your work, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. You as well. I guess the main comment I wanted to make was that the city council representative that spoke a minute ago presented some options to the applicants about how to deal with the situation. Those options were presented to me, and they were not reasonable or practical or even possible. the idea was to take all these big oak trees and move them somewhere, and that's just not a viable option. So I just wanted to address that one particular issue because we were approached. Is it Tarosian? Is that his name?
Yes, he's here.
Thank you. We were approached with some solutions, but they weren't solutions when they were presented to me. It's like I went back to the site, I evaluated the trees. The solutions that were presented by the council office were not.
So that's fine. I mean, it sounds like we need a little bit more work here, and both sides can work a little harder. I think we've got potential problems with the MND. We have our own homework to do here.
Right.
You know, I'm going to have our experts in the city attorney's office tell me how solid the MND is that we can stand on were we to make a decision one way or the other, because I'm trying to keep the city out of litigation and trying to get the parties together here.
Right. Yeah. And to define reasonableness.
Well, I'm not even on the reasonableness issue. I'm doing it on the technical issues related to the MND. Okay? Commissioner Repenning and then Commissioner Cinto.
Sure. Just in response to your comments about trees not being able to be moved, I think that, you know, going through these photos, I mean, it really is special, rare part of our ecosystem that is going to be taken out. And so if trees can't be moved, then we need to make sure that what we're planning back on site is going to provide, is in the future, is going to provide is going to be the best possible effort to put back the ecosystem that is being removed here. And I think, you know, if what the council office is asking for is not viable in terms of the health and safety of the trees, then let's figure out what can be done on that site or in the immediate vicinity, because what you're asking for here is a lot in terms of the environment.
Right, and I would remind you that we are constrained by the ordinance and what the city urban forestry department requires. So the mitigation meets the ordinance. It isn't ideal, but it's the ordinance. It's not an optional.
I think we're the ones who decide whether the mitigation meets
I'm sorry?
our standards. I mean, that's what this board does. We're the ones who make that decision.
Right, I realize that. But we have to follow what the ordinance says when we make mitigation plans in my office. So it's 4-to-1 trees on site only. So the mitigation plan that you got just meets that requirement. That doesn't mean that it's what you guys are going to approve do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I would never use the word only.
Okay.
You know, I mean, look at the photos, you know. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Commissioner Cinto.
Thank you, President James. I just want to thank our Bureau staff, Tim Tyson, for doing the due diligence and understanding where this board is at regarding mitigation and due diligence and how you need to do your job as staff in order to figure out what, you know, to make it as clear as possible. We're talking about the mitigation versus reasonable and the design, and I'm appreciative of Mr. Tarosian being here on behalf of Council District 2 to understand and to voice explicitly where they're at in terms of possible design issues. I agree with Commissioner Davis that we haven't had enough time to work together where it was at in August and where has been. I think we're very clear from the council office what we'd like to see, and we'd like to work in partnership with the council office to realize that opportunity. So I support more time being given to drill down and to allow, whether it's mitigation or design, where we can move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Cinto. So here's what we're going to recommend. You all can take a seat if you'd like. You don't have to stand there. My motion would be that we continue the item roughly 30 days, which is Wednesday, November the 1st. You see that? Am I right on the date, Dr. Campos?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. My clients are in a grandfather stage where they can pull their permits by October 28th. If they don't pull by October 28th, they have to start all over.
Okay. That's reasonable. How about what is the Wednesday the week before?
That would be October 25th. Wednesday, October 24th.
24th is a Tuesday. So let's do it on Monday, the 23rd. But doing it on Monday, the 23rd, that's going to require some serious work together on this. Commissioner Repenning?
Is there a way, Tim, is there a way that we can work with our colleagues at the other city agencies on this topic? I feel like our work here shouldn't be, I don't want to have our hand forced by a clock that's ticking at another agency. Can you address that?
As far as the mitigated negative declaration goes?
And as far as the permits that are pending?
Oh, there are other pending permits. I can see what I can do. I'm not sure.
Okay, I see, okay. I want to make sure that we don't...
Hold them up.
No, I want to make sure that we get the result that we want and that we don't feel that we're forced to grant something that we're not happy with because of some external factor.
If I may say something, in the ordinance 177404, what was talked about just a few minutes ago was actually moving trees, digging them up and moving them. In the ordinance, that is considered a removal. So therefore, you would still have to plant 4 trees for every tree that you moved and all those kind of things. So that's what Jan was talking about. He was approached with someone asking them to move the trees. Secondly, I'm more than happy to work with the mitigation plan that allows the trees to have more room to survive. The board's intention was to try to plant as many of the trees back, hence where they come from. So that's what the Bureau tries to do. And that's all I wanted to say. But I will work with all the parties if you like. I can have them all come in for a meeting and we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Mr. Trozian, you want to address the issue on our sister agencies?
Sure. And I'll really quickly address I had actually submitted a full color, sketched up design that identified some trees to be removed, some trees to be saved by just literally tilting the direction of the retaining wall and keeping the same amount of square footage in the backyard, but just having it zigzag instead of being a straight line. All of that being identified, I believe that the concern that they have on their timeline, because most permits can be continued, is that the city actually updated the hillside ordinance, hillside baseline maximization ordinance, and that has a statutory timeline by ordinance as to how long permits in the queue can be before they are issued. And I believe that statutory timeline is the reason why, because I actually reached out to the department trying to buy all of us more time and was told that statutory timeline is something that we won't be able to change. I do look to the city attorney to see if there's any input that they may have, but that's the reasoning behind that.
I don't have any specific knowledge. Much of the issues that have been raised here are in fact building and safety and planning issues, not public works issues. As to the timing of the issuance of the specific permit, I wouldn't have any input on that right now.
Well, the safest thing to do then is to put it on October 23rd and have the parties work together so that we can get a decision in before the October 27th expiration date of that's the date that you mentioned, Mr. Grebe? Yes. Of those, of their existing permits at building and safety under the hillside mansionization ordinance. So that'll be my motion that we continue it to Monday, October 23rd, 2017. So without objection, that's what we'll do with agenda item number 4. If something is worked out, I'm sorry, number 3. We don't need to have this hearing again. We've had this hearing. What we will, we may have some new questions that come up on October 23rd. Those will be the questions that we'll address in that hearing. But I think I speak for all of us when we're optimistic that, as has happened before in these chambers on a number of times, the parties have come to us, and very recently as well, the parties have come to us with an agreement such that objections are withdrawn and permits are thereby granted without objection. We'll see. All right, thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 8, we have actually, let's go to agenda item number 9. Is that our PLA update, project labor agreement? I just don't have my agenda sheet in front of me.
Item 10 is the PLA.
Oh, item 10, I'm sorry. Yeah, number 8 we did. Let's do the PLA labor agreement oral report first. Andrea Lau.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Andrea Lau from the Bureau of Contract Administration. I'm here to present the quarterly project labor agreement local hire report as of September 2017. Please turn to the second page of your report. You will see a summary of the public works projects under the departmental 2010-2015 project labor agreement. You will note that since 2010, we have completed and closed 35 projects. We currently have 27 active projects. This will bring our total to 62 PLA projects under the 2010-2015 PLA, with a total contract dollar amount of over $733 million. If you look at the bottom table, you will see a comparison of PLA percentages for closed and active projects. The current PLA percentages for our active projects are 30% local hire, 58% local apprentice, and 20% transitional hire. For your reference, the PLA goals are 30% local hire, 50% local apprentice, and 10% transitional hire. Please turn to the third page of your report. You will see a summary of the projects under the departmental 2015-2020 project labor agreement. You will note that since 2015, we have 14 active projects and anticipate 5 new projects over the next 12 months. This will bring our total to 19 PLA projects under the 2015-2020 PLA, with a total contract dollar amount of over $306 million. The current PLA percentages for all projects are 39% local hire, 61% local apprentice, and 21% transitional hire. Please turn to page 4. On pages 4, 5, and 6, you will see a list of 41 active PLA projects with contract amounts and current completion percentages. Please turn to page 7. Page 7 lists the projects that are to be awarded by BOE in the near future. These projects have not begun construction. The Office of Contract Compliance will participate in pre-construction and pre-job meetings for each of these upcoming projects to ensure PLA goals are understood by prime contractors. Please turn to the next page of the report. Pages 8 through 10 show projects anticipated to bid over the next 12 months with a PLA or potential PLA attached. There are a total of 38 anticipated to bid projects worth a total of over $648 million. Please turn to page 11. Pages 11 through 13 provide us with a more detailed breakdown of the PLA local hire percentages for each active project. The charts on top of page 11 illustrate the total percentage numbers which are located at the bottom of the list on page 13. Please turn to page 14 of the report. On pages 14 and 15, you will see the local hire worker summary broken down by project. The 4 left columns provide us with a worker count, and the 4 right columns show the hours worked. If you look at the bottom of the chart on page 15, you will see a comparison of active PLA projects versus completed projects. PLA projects have employed in total 12,054 workers who have worked a total of over 2.5 million hours. Due to the efforts of BCA under the guidance of the Board of Public Works, over 3,500 of these workers are residents of the City of Los Angeles, coming from the areas most in need of employment. Please turn to page 16. On the final page, the total estimated wages reinvested in Los Angeles is shown. In summary, over 3,500 local workers have worked on city PLA projects, and they have worked an estimated 977,000 hours. This accounts for over $32 million that the city has directly reinvested into the local economy. This concludes my report. Please let me know if there are any questions. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. A couple of questions, and maybe this is a request for the Bureau for the next report. The numbers are great as far as it sounds like a lot, and you kind of go, oh wow, okay, cool, But I'd like to see a report on the trends. In other words, so how does that number compare to the last fiscal year, and the fiscal year before that? And not just dollar amount trends, but percentage-wise as well, so that we can see if we're actually, if the pendulum is swinging in the direction that we want it to swing,
okay,
or if it's stagnant, or if there are areas where we need to pick up. Okay. And so I think, and I know it's more work, but it would be interesting and I think helpful for us to be able to see quarterly how we look for, say, the last 3 fiscal years, including this one, so 2.5 in essence,
okay,
fiscal years, so we can tell if we're growing where we want to grow or receding where we don't want to.
Okay, we can definitely look into getting that
Great,
information.
thank you. And that can be part of the next report.
Okay.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Cento and then Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, President James. I agree with you in terms of the year-to-dates and the trends. Thank you for the report and great job. This is such an important PLAs for our entire city, for the diverse workforce and the diverse sectors. I just wanted to comment on a trend that I'm trying to formalize right now. In terms of the new PLA, we're at 306,000. You also have about 600 million in the pipeline, correct? So that
Yes.
would make it the 2015 to 2020 potentially $1 billion, close to $1 billion.
If
in
you
terms
add
of
the numbers.
added. So the trend that way from the first 5 years to the second 5 years is increasing up. So we anticipate, correct?
Yes.
All right, great.
And if I'm missing something and it's in the report in front of me, you can feel free to tell me.
No, that information isn't in
Okay.
this report. so-
Okay, because I miss those things too, so, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Yes, I think that this is great work. It always is when you give us a report, and I love what we're doing in terms of including people in. And to the point of the chairman, to the president, I want to also ask if we could have maybe a breakdown of the zip codes that we have inclusion in. So the level to which we are including is also critically important, given all of the variables in the discussion about inclusion from the various labor groups in Los Angeles. So if you could help in terms of identifying the zip code areas as well. And I know that we're doing that, but we are always in the mood for trying to continue to increase as we go forward. So I thank you for the report. I think this effort is outstanding in terms of our focus at making sure that those who are underemployed are certainly included. But I also want to see, moving forward, is there any area of underutilization of any community from which we can grow, develop, and build? And it may not be. It may be that we're capturing everything, but it may be that we can move and grow in the future towards some of that kind of data to the point that the president has made. So I thank you for an outstanding report, and just understand I'm always looking for how we can increase the good thing and make it excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The oral report will be received. Mr. Tyson, on agenda item number 9, our quarterly report on city trees from the Bureau of Street Services. We got some of the background earlier today, but go ahead, at least on policy.
Yes, trees are very important. Actually, I was here not long ago because my last quarter report got continued, not because of the board's fault, but I wasn't here. And so this quarter is from July to September that I'm reporting on right now of 2017. The division had 3,311 total calls for emergency-related work during this period of time, and they were all completed. The division also closed 1,585 obstruction calls, which could be stop signs, parking, people walking across crosswalk signs, these kind of signs that are very important, street lights. So we did 1,585 obstructions, and we put together, we've hired some people, which I'll be talking about in a minute, and we put together 2 obstruction crews with what we have left, borrowing some equipment from street maintenance, as we're still waiting for equipment to be supplied to us through the budget of a year or so ago. The division continues to strive forward in reducing the response time for emergency services. This is going to be hard to beat when we're getting there in just a little over a half a day. That might be as best as we ever do. Current response time is 0.07% of 1 day at 7 tenths. So this is a reduction of past response time of 0.8 to include storms taking place during this reporting period. The division has been in the green. We have a ComStat meeting every month to go over our measurements of how we perform, and green is good, and we've been all in green for quite some time. The division had 132 employees at the beginning of the quarter, and we actually hired 11 LA Trade Tech positions that will eventually promote to tree surgeon assistant. We also hired 1 management analyst, as you well know. She came from the board office, and we are so pleased.
Yes, we're aware of that.
We are so pleased. We are very pleased.
That's okay. I was happy that Ann stayed in the
Yes.
Public Works family.
And I just want you to know she's been great, and we have high expectations for her.
Excellent.
She's doing really well. The division still needs to hire an additional 19 positions for Tree Surgeon Supervisor 1, which currently we just did the interviews and the job offers have been made. So my next quarter I'll be able to report on the success of that, as well as going back to the tree surgeon pool, hence where the supervisors come from. Not all of them. Some come from other departments, Department of the harbor. They have a tree crew, and the water and power. So and Rec and Parks, some of the guys will be coming from there, or ladies. And the ones that come out of our own pool, we will have to go back into those tree surgeon positions and rehire, which we have a great list, because every 3 months we give the tree surgeon exam to keep the list adding to it. The $1 million on-demand funds. UFD, Urban Forestry Division, is continuing to work with all council offices using their on-demand funding, which is to date. Work has been performed in all 15 council districts. Each council district will have approximately 450 trees trimmed with these funds by city forces. An estimated amount of $317,000 of the $1 million has been spent, and a total of 2,020 trees pruned to date at an average cost of $157 apiece. The division is expected to complete the trimming for all the council districts by the end of June 2018. We still are utilizing the tablets in the field, which has enabled us to bring down our response times to under 1 day for the initial response on an emergency, as well as someone's in the field, they can get an email and immediately respond to another location, or they can go onto the request system and they can check from where they're at if there's a new request that just came in nearby and actually go right to it immediately before they leave that area. It's been a great tool and will continue to be one. And we're actually ordering 20 more. The tree removal crew, which I had put a budget request in for, and it was approved. In March of 2017, Urban Forestry Division activated a designated tree crew that focuses strictly on the removal of dead and diseased city parkway trees to include the stump. This crew rotates through all council district areas to ensure needed tree removals are performed equally citywide. This crew removes the entire tree and the stump at the same time, which allows to potentially have a new site for tree planting. During this quarter, this crew completed 202 tree removals and 163 stumps. And if that continues, we will meet the goal of 800 to 1,000 trees within the year. I see us doing more than 800. Urban Forestry Division training prides itself in providing a 3-day annual safety training program covering topics for 143 staff positions or higher positions. This includes covering employee and supervisor responsibilities, accident reporting, drug and alcohol policies, sexual harassment, emergency disaster response, and many other topics. Crews in the field topics include work area traffic control, job site safety, chainsaw safety and usage, brush chipper operation, stump grinder operation, and aerial lift operation, all to be done in a safe manner. One full day of this training is for nothing but aerial rescue. That's where a tree surgeon or a tree surgeon supervisor or a tree surgeon assistant must go aloft into the tree and rescue a stranded climber and bring that climber down. Bi-weekly safety tailgate meetings are held throughout the year and cover various safety subjects led by supervisors and staff for each crew. The division also holds chainsaw safety training for all other divisions in the Bureau with whom use chainsaws in their operations. As street maintenance helps us, we get hit with a really strong storm, and we already have a protocol where street maintenance groups up with urban forestry, and that's how we service all the down trees and limbs and things like that for all the citizens in LA to make their travels in the streets safer during high winds and rains. And believe it or not, even on normal days, we have trees that break and fall into the street. The contract status update. The current annual budget allows for the trimming of approximately 25,000 of 700,000 trees. The tree trimming contracts are one-year contracts with the city's option to renew for 2 additional years. The first-year option for fiscal year 16-17 has been exercised and all contracts have commenced. 3 of the 9 contracts have been completed and the remaining 6 contracts have been executed and expected to be completed by the end of this calendar year. We are actually preparing the 3 contracts to get back here to get them approved and actually have. This was the hope of doing a multi-year contract, actually trimming the trees in the same year that the money has been appropriated for, which is 17-18. And that's a goal that it looks like 3 of them will happen, and hopefully we'll get the other 6 in and get them started. They may not get completed before the end of 17-18, but we will actually be utilizing the funding in the same year of which it was designed for. During the month of July in landscaping, the Bureau executed 4 maintenance contracts for all landscape medians, and work is currently in progress. Contract forces have provided much-needed service to all landscape medians identified on contract and continue to provide biweekly service to approximately 10.5 million square feet of medians under the Bureau's purview. This is the first year of a 3-year maintenance contract, and we are so very happy to have good contractors, as everyone well knows what happened last year when we had no one to take care of the median islands. The sidewalk repair program. Currently, bid packages 18, which consists of 22 locations, and the site is number 798 Cadillac Street, pending board approval to remove 10 trees due to change of scope of work. There were more than that asked for prior, but we've changed the scope of work and lowered the number of trees, which we will be coming to the board for soon. Bid package 20 consists of 32 locations. Site 1061 on Alcott Street has 7 trees that will need to be removed. And site 1053 on Coolidge Street has 3 trees that will need to be removed, and we will be coming towards the board for those soon. Bid package 23 consists of 31 locations. One location pending tree work, location 1111 is 6123 Beeman Avenue, has 9 trees. And location number 1119 are pending 10 tree removals. That's on actually Cadillac, which got moved into this bid package due to the revisions. Site 1134, the 1600 block of Stanley Avenue, has 9 trees. They were removed on August. They were actually removed in August of 2017. And I'm sorry, Beeman Avenue, the trees were actually removed already, as well as Coolidge. But they're all pending replants. Right now, the only trees that have been replanted have been the access request. The second tree on the rebate program has not been planted as of yet. But at this time, Urban Forestry Division is watering 315 trees that have been planted for the sidewalk repair program. And the city plants have an extra 50 trees right now that we're going to have them plant at any other locations where there may be 1 or 2 trees missing. And then we're going to have them plant the remaining number of trees on Lindley Street, where we came to the board here a while back to get the removal of the diseased liquid amber trees that were on that street, and they're currently working on all the sidewalks there. So right now, Urban Forestry Division has issued 15 tree removal permits from July to now, and UFD has inspected over 40 rebate requests during this quarter. Also, during this quarter, UFD inspected, well, to date, 246 access request locations. And that concludes my report, and if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Tim. You guys are busy. We're able to, well, just be fairly aware of what you're all doing just because you're here every other day. But it's nice to hear it in metrics form. We'll start with Commissioner Davis, then Commissioner Rivas.
Yes, thank you so much for your report. I wanted to reflect back on your earlier assessment or reflection of the items of staffing that you were funded for. Did you mention in that earlier report median work in terms of staff from the Bureau for repairing medians in the city? Were they among any of the data that you mentioned? I heard some of it and I did not hear clearly if in fact we are helping finance any additional staff members for median repair work?
Well, I have a budget request in for a planting crew that will be coming this year and whatnot. There's some requests going in. But during the time of the Woods tragedy, that's what I'll call it, I actually moved tree surgeons,
fair term,
tree surgeon assistants, and everyone that was needed to go do median island maintenance. We actually purchased lawnmowers, riding lawnmowers, and spent quite a bit of money, and we were doing as much as we could possibly do with the people that we have, and that was as well as street maintenance, helping on some of the weekends doing some of the...
Did council approve, or in the process, did we propose to have additional members of our team to do more median work? From the Bureau I'm talking of.
Well, that's, no, we're putting in for a budget request for more people for those exact reasons.
Okay,
For the
so
future.
that has yet to come.
Yes, it's coming, and I hope that everyone will back that.
Okay, I will remember to ask you about that. We've had many discussions about that being a real important part of developing and strengthening our infrastructure that would put the city in a better position from a business perspective when it gets to us continuing to do work with the private vendors, but yet having an adequate amount of Bureau staff that are able to go out in emergency situations and also in business situations when it's in our best interest because of rate, proposals.
Well, just like getting the equipment, which we didn't have the equipment for a long time because it was years ago when we stopped, the landscape maintenance section went down to just a few people, and so it was all being done by contractor. But in the last year, due to the crisis, we've got our own equipment, which was a recommendation of mine that if you have 11 million square feet of median island maintenance that needs to be done, you should have your own mowers.
That's correct.
And so we have that now, and I'm really happy for that. And just like I talked about, we picked up 11 vocational workers.
Sure.
They have been key in helping put a few of them over into the landscape area, because right now all they can do is rake and sweep and do those kind of things, menial work, and yet they could be utilized there very well. Plus they're with a tree surgeon over there if they go water trees, and they can learn different things about eventually becoming a tree surgeon assistant. They have to actually go through 6 months as an assistant, and then an assistant, and then they finally get to become a tree surgeon assistant. And
Thank you for that. I know that area of performance is critically important, and I'm sure council officers will agree with us because they get the same concerns that we get.
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen so many emails about the median islands in 22 years. 22 years. And it was very difficult for all of us to do the best we could for every citizen here in LA, but we managed. We made good of bad, and now we have better.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Rivas.
Thank you, Tim, for this detailed report. It's great to hear your goals and metrics that you have. I know I work with you a lot with the valley districts that I'm the liaison to because of all the dead trees and other issues out there. So thank you to you and your team for always responding quickly to those concerns. I know now you have a dedicated crew that's a removal, right? That
Yes.
that rotates. I learned this on Thursday on the CD7 bus tour that you have a crew that spends a few days per district and rotates around the city and is dedicated to removing dead trees and stumps, right? Is that correct?
That's correct. As I reported, the idea is to move the tree in its entirety and therefore open up a new planting location that could be planted.
And you said that your goal for this year is 800?
It's 800 to 1,000. That was what the metrics was put in for when the crew was actually approved in the budget.
And that's what this crew is dedicated to removing?
Yes, and like I said, this quarter they removed, I think it was 202 trees and 163 stumps. Yes, so they're right on target to make it to 1,000. And I'm real happy about that. So that's why I'm putting in for another removal crew.
Oh, for the next fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner
That's great.
Davis.
So, and the trees that they remove are the ones that have been reported through 311 or through
Yes,
council office?
the way it works, Commissioner, is they need to do a few trees in a day. They just can't do one. Obviously, a very large tree could take all day long, but it wouldn't take all 9 guys. It would take all day long for one guy cutting the tree down and the support that he needs to get it into the truck and all that. So what we try to do is we go to a location where we got this one request in the system, and we do every dead tree on that block all at one time. Because you wouldn't want me to come to your house and then not go to his house, which is just down the street, and remove his dead tree as well. It's kind of like when we trim trees, we don't usually go and just trim one tree on a block, because unless it's uncovering something that's being obscured, like a sign or something like that, then we consider it a trim, but it's a type of trim. You might be raising the tree or siding it back, but you're maybe not trimming the entire tree. But yeah, that way we can make the numbers that we need to make, and it would be really bad to go to a block and just take down one dead tree and leave the other 7 that are there. So that's how we get the numbers that we're getting. They need to be busy all day long cutting them down and getting the stumps out, and they have to line all these trees up by calling into Dig Alert and having every site dig alerted for where all the utilities are underground in order to grind the stumps. That's why when we're doing emergency work, the stump doesn't get removed, because the trees in the street, we cut it off, we clean up the emergency related situation, and then the stump is left because they don't have stump grinders with them and they're not driving around with that type of equipment. Plus it takes 3 days of calling in to wait for them to come out and mark the utilities underground.
Okay, well, that makes sense, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Hopefully you do get what you need for next year.
Never know if we get the votes.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Tim, always good to hear your quarterly report. Thank you. You know, street services in urban forestry, and you guys are like the division and the bureau that could, because you make do, and we appreciate that, especially when I hear the work that we're doing related to the sidewalk repair program and safe sidewalks. When you say 9 trees, that's block to block, that's corner to corner, that's access that we're providing for citizens in the city of Los Angeles. So that's really important work. And to get those trees back in the ground and be able to solve the tree-related issues is really important. So appreciate you folks for working with our Bureau of Engineering on that important program, Tim.
Thank you, Commissioner. Also, I'd like to add that with all the trees, the 352 trees that we water right now currently, I have had them install gator bags on these trees, which holds an extra 20 gallons of water and slowly goes into the ground over an 8-hour period. And I think it's going to help ensure a lot more a higher survivability rate on the trees, having these extra bags.
Thank you. Anything further? Well, the oral report will be received. See you next week for the next quarterly report. Just kidding, just kidding. We didn't have to wait that long.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tim. Dr. Campos, other than Commissioner Rivas's adjournment, are we cleared the desk?
Yes, you have.
Okay, Commissioner Rivas.
Thank you. Today I'd like to adjourn our meeting in memory of Eduardo Rodriguez. He was born in 1952 in Guadalajara, Mexico. Although he loved his country of birth, his family moved to the U.S. when he was a young adult. He graduated from Polytechnic High School and was accepted at Cal State Northridge. After one semester at CSUN, he realized his true interests were in the electrical field. So he enrolled in a school to become an electrical contractor and earned his electrical license from the state of California. He eventually closed his educational voyage at UCLA by earning his credentials to become a vocational instructor in the electrical field. He was a man of many trades: electrician, mechanic, upholsterer, custodian, customer service rep, ending with his most beloved career of 15 years as a vocational instructor for the LAUSD Adult Education Program. He took great pride in being an expert and using his expertise to help others. He dedicated his life to helping students achieve success. Eduardo is survived by his wife, 5 daughters, and 6 grandchildren. So today I'd like to adjourn in his memory. Thank you.
We are adjourned.